Nice. Everything's looking live. Nice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Jared Oliver, your host, doing some terrible JavaScript game development today. Got to pick up where we last left off on Saturday, a couple days ago. So we're going to dive right in. So we started working on this little indicator here to indicate when we're going to hit a new checkpoint. So we've got our new marathon game mode. At least that's what I'm calling it for right now, but I think it will soon be the main game mode eventually. So it won't have the name marathon anymore. So basically this game mode works on kind of the checkpoint, on kind of a checkpoint based system, right? So as we play our game, new bubbles are popping up. As we're popping bubbles, new ones appear, right? But at some point, so if you mess up, some bubbles reappear, but once you get to a certain check, you have to go back to the start of whatever checkpoint you're last on, right? So I'd like to have an indicator around these bubbles that notifies you when you pop this bubble, you're going up to the next checkpoint. So that's kind of my goal. All right, sorry, I just picked up Streamlabs OBS now. So I'm using that instead of the vanilla OBS. So I'm just trying to make sure everything's looking good. So far, I actually like it a little better, the layout and everything, than normal OBS. All right. Nice. Okay, so I was doing a Saturday stream last, so it was just kind of a quick, like little 2-hour stream. So we didn't get to finish. I had to leave for lunch with with my parents. So we didn't get to actually finish what we started. So we started working on our new little indicator, but it doesn't, for some reason, it was, I left it to a point where I thought it would be working, but it obviously wasn't. So I got to refamiliarize myself with what exactly we were doing here. So I'm looking at our progress meter code right here, and that's the code that encapsulates our little bubbles here showing our progress. So these guys don't know anything about the state of the rest of the game, right? That's what our marathon game object is. So that controls the state of the game. That tells you, which bubble is going to be next, and makes sure that if you pop a bubble, that you pop the right bubble. So when it calls that function, basically all it does is just passes in an array of colors to our progress meter. And then our progress meter just has these little circles here off to the side, and it sets those colors. So what I just added from the last stream was this new checkpoint color index, which should be the index of whichever one of these colors coming in would be the index of that color, which should be a checkpoint color, if that makes sense. I said that very eloquently. So for example, well, actually in this case, we see the indicator here. So like what it should be indicating is if you pop this gray bubble, that would mean you're on a checkpoint, right? So the little black ring is saying, oh, if you pop this one, that's a checkpoint. So then you'll be on to the next checkpoint. Now, I don't know if, now it's not actually, so in this case, it looks like it could be working, but I really don't think it is because we were not having the results we wanted. So I want to actually print the, CLG, there we go. Checkpoint color index. Okay, so I'm just going to print. Okay, so that starts as null. It should be null, that's right. The checkpoint color index should be null as long as one of these bubbles is not a checkpoint, right? It'll pass null. So every time we pop a correct bubble, okay. Yeah. Okay, now 2. That's not right. Yeah, none of this is right. Now it just keeps passing 2. All right. Now it passed 1. Okay, so it went there, but now what did I do here for this? Okay. So our checkpoint interval is 4. So every 4th bubble should be a new checkpoint. I gotta find my nice little. Yes. Beautiful. All right, that should be nice and visible there. All right, so my little visual aid here. Every 4th bubble we pop should be a checkpoint. So that's what I have listed along here. So you pop bubble 0, so these are bubbles, and then these would be the checkpoint IDs. So bubble 0, bubble 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th bubble would be a checkpoint, so every 4 bubbles would be a new checkpoint. And then if you screw up, once you hit that checkpoint and you mess up, you'll always just go back and have to start over from whatever that last checkpoint is. So what we should be seeing here right now is this would be, okay, so we should see null the first time, which is right. And when we pop the second bubble, okay, so right off the bat, we're seeing right here, we're seeing bubbles 0, 1, and 2. 0, 1, and 2. So when we pop the first bubble, then we pop bubble 0. So then bubbles 1, 2, 3 would be showing along here, in which case we should also get null because none of these bubbles are checkpoints. But as soon as we pop bubble 1, then it'll be showing bubbles 2, 3, and 4. So we pop 2 bubbles, and then bubble 4, which would be down here at that point, should have an indicator around it. And we should get past a number 1. Or, sorry, not a number 1, but it would be a number 2. So this bubble should be our checkpoint. So what we are actually seeing is not that at all. So let's just refresh. We started from the top. Let's start with something where the colors are not. Okay, that's better. All right, so we've got bubbles 0, 1, and 2 here. Pop the first one. So now we got bubbles 1, 2, 3. We still shouldn't see an indicator. We pop that. Yeah. So this blue one should be labeled as a checkpoint down here. So something, we're not, I think our progress meter code is fine. It's the marathon is not actually calculating the right number to send to it. So let's take a look here. We've got, I did some fancy stuff on the last stream to figure this out, and I just simply didn't do it right. I'm sure. All right. So, so this is our little method that gets called in our marathon class. and it sets up a colors array here. That's going to be the colors. The bubbles remaining, I think we've confirmed that this was working properly, so I don't think we have any bug with that. Because this was part of the thing we fixed before on the last stream, which was making sure that the right amount of bubbles was getting sent to the right amount of bubbles were getting sent to the progress meter, the right colors and everything, because we had some errors in the browser with some stuff that wasn't getting referenced properly, but we fixed that in the last stream. I won't explain everything that we did in the last one. But so now, yeah, this is the new part here. Basically, we've got this color checkpoint ID. So that is what gets passed to the progress meter. We pass in our colors, and then this color checkpoint ID should be null. And if the progress meter does not have if the progress meter is not supposed to show a checkpoint there, it'll always be null. If the progress meter is supposed to show one of these bubbles as a checkpoint, then it'll pass either 0 for this one, 1 for this one, or 2 for this one. So we're looping for each color. Let's just print color. Yeah, okay. Let's just do oh, I used the wrong variable. That's all it is there. Okay. So that was just a dumb mistake. Okay, checkpoint interval. Okay. So I was using basically my check here to verify if the current bubble is a checkpoint bubble or not, is I simply just take the bubble ID and then do a modulo operator here, which gives me the remainder of the this division operation between our bubble ID and our checkpoint interval, which would be 4, specified in our configuration. And if that's 0, that would mean that that current bubble is a checkpoint bubble, right? Because it basically just telling us if you're some sort of multiple of 4, right? So I just was doing the wrong variable here. I was doing the current checkpoint ID, which that changes and everything, and that has the checkpoint ID is incrementing integer, not a fixed number here like we have with the 4. So that was just a complete wrong thing. I just wasn't thinking as I punched that in. Okay. So now, now we've also got a problem here. Oh. Okay, so now the computer's doing exactly what we want it to, which is, since bubble 0 is technically a checkpoint, checkpoint 0, the first checkpoint, we are seeing an indicator around that, which we don't really want. We don't want, once you've hit a checkpoint, yeah, we don't want to highlight the current checkpoint for that. We only want to highlight the checkpoints coming up, right? Like you haven't hit that checkpoint yet. So we don't want to show, we never want to show this as a checkpoint. But let's just test this to see if, there we go. So now I know my purple is going to be a checkpoint, right? So we see it coming up. Now I'm on a new checkpoint. Great. But now the indicator's on purple again, which we do not want. So as we play, we should see the new checkpoints popping up. Yes. That's great. and then we win. Okay, so that is kind of cool that that's working now. But we just don't want the indicator showing on our current checkpoint, right? So that would also happen if we, okay, so let's go to this checkpoint, and then let's pop another one, and then we screw up, so we'll go back to blue. I'll release the mouse. Boom, we go back to blue. But I don't want to show blue as a checkpoint. You know what? As I'm like, now I'm starting to think like maybe we don't want the indicator at all. Whoops. Because to me, it just feels like that's like tricking me into thinking that's the bubble I need to pop. Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of thinking of just getting rid of it for right now. Because it's going to kind of be undone anyway. Yes, actually, I think I'm going to get rid of it. So, because what I'm going to end up doing is having more of like a progress bar that's showing like your progress through the whole thing, like from 0% complete to 100% complete. And along there would be like showing you checkpoints as you hit them. So I kind of want to just get rid of indicating a checkpoint here and maybe just leave that other bar as being like your progress bar and showing that you hit a checkpoint there. And maybe there could just be like a sound or something to say that you hit a checkpoint. Because indicating while you're playing that you hit a checkpoint, I'm not sure is like that helpful. Or there might be some sort of checkpoint indicator on the bubble itself rather than something off to the side. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm going to just abandon it for right now. I don't... Yes. I'd like to leave... Well, let's see here. I'll leave the code there. I'll leave the section of our method in our marathon that's figuring out which color index is the one. I'll keep that code there. Yeah, I think that's fine. But in here, let's just... I'll keep this around for reference, but I'll just... I think I'm just going to, comment the code out for right now. All right, we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of this. All right. So everything should be working fine now. Yes. Okay. Nice. All right, and the one thing I wanted to do Yeah, the one thing I kind of wanted to dive in and do today was fixing this issue where, like, if you pop a bubble, pop some bubbles. Well, the bubbles you pop as the new ones come in, they do the nice little fade in animation, right? But if I release the mouse here, so we have to start over from our last checkpoint, those bubbles that I've already popped, oh, we were just on a checkpoint. All right. So if I release this now, the brownish color there just instantly appears. No nice little smooth slide in animation. And there's more of a architectural reason why that is rather than just like I didn't put an animation on it. So I want to actually fix that issue. Because right now, I need to just try to remember what I was doing here before. Where is... Oh, cursor drag stopped. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so when the cursor drag stops, we're basically snapping the color of our bubble back from an alpha of 0 back to 1. Or, you know, it would have been at 0 from the fade out animation. So it fades out like that. Fades out, and then you let go, and boom, it just snaps back instantly. Now, you know what? Actually, I don't feel like this actually isn't as big of a deal as I thought it was. Oh, yeah, that's right. I am doing. Okay. Oh, they're getting initialized twice. That's the problem. So, yeah, so I have kind of a little hack in place right now, and that's kind of what I want to fix. So, I'm initializing these bubbles more than once. Yeah. So if now, yeah, so entities in the engine here have a method called init, where basically I set it up so that they could do anything. Or I could have, you know, maybe some other things that happen during that init method call. But the main thing that happens is all of their event listeners get set up, get added to the global event listener, or the global event emitter. So as soon as that happens, then the global event emitter is then, you know, firing off the listeners for an entity that's been initted, right? That's had init called on it. So what I have going on here is I'm in my kind of unwritten rule is init shouldn't be called more than once on an entity. Like once it's been initialized, I shouldn't call it again, because what actually happens is it would just register all new event listeners again, and there'd be duplicate event listeners. And then if you called destruct, which removes the event listeners, then it actually wouldn't. It would remove only one set of those event listeners. In the case of the bubble, not for every entity, but like in the case of the bubble, the event listeners get set up in this init function, so that's a problem. So then you'd have multiple. Every time this init function would run, all these event listeners would get set up, and each of these listeners would be new separate objects. So that if you called that init twice and then called destruct once, it would only pull away one set of event listeners. So that's a problem. So I put in this little hack here where if I just set my own little property local to bubble here, initialized, and then if it's already initialized and init, so if init gets called and if it's already initialized, then it just returns undefined. The function just ends. Otherwise, if it's not initialized, then it would set, at this point, it would set this initialized to true. So that's kind of a nasty hack to get around this. But I'd rather that, or at least I feel like it's a nasty hack. I don't know if, because I was thinking originally like, oh, I could have this kind of code up in the entity class, but the problem is, like it would be a big problem right here, because the marathon bubble class, or the bubble class, is overriding the init function and doing some stuff before it calls the super class init. So before it calls entity. So I couldn't do that initialized check in there because it's getting overridden in this case. And I'd have to it would have to be handled every time individually, which is a problem. So now I'm kind of thinking this might even just be the way to do it. But I was thinking it would be better if the marathon didn't. So the problem is it's the marathon that calls the init on all the bubbles every time right. So here, here is the code to initialize the bubble. So on the event, in the event that a bubble is popped, if the player popped the right bubble, the target bubble, then we need to initialize the next bubble if it exists. So this, then we get this next bubble ID to init. We calculate that. Then we as long as we're not at the end of the level and it's a bubble that exists, then it calls init on that bubble. All right, I'm gonna have to use a bathroom break here. I made it 30 minutes almost into the stream before a bathroom break. That's not bad, right? There we go. Oops. Nice. All right. I'll be right back in a minute here. All right, I'm back. Okay, so we were trying to avoid calling init on a bubble that's already been initted. So the reason why this would be a problem. Okay, so if I start, let's just start our nice little fresh level here. Okay, so orange is the first bubble to pop, right? So we go and we pop orange. So green appears, or sorry, so orange has already been initialized initially from when this whole our little game gets set up. Our marathon creator function that runs sets all this stuff up, the play area, the boundary here, all the bubbles, and it initializes. It calls init on the first 4 bubbles. And if we release the mouse, now init got called again on this bubble, right? Oh, no. Sorry. I made a mistake there in what I was, yeah. Okay. So that's not where the problem is. Okay. I'll start over from the top here. So we pop red, right? Purple got called, had its init called on it immediately when I popped the bubble, right? So as I popped the correct target bubble, we got our next bubble to init, and it called init on it. Now, I released the cursor, so we have to start over again from bubble 0. So if we pop red again, init is getting called on purple again. So we'll just do that to prove we're not crazy. Okay, so pop orange, init, we see it in the console up there for this ugly color. We release, we start over again, init, fired again, right? And this same bubble got initialized. So We don't want that. And I'd rather that the bubble, maybe the way I have it isn't so bad. No, because, so I'm trying, well, I was debating, so the way it's working right now is the bubble is, init is getting called again, but the bubble is not setting up all those event listeners again. So if we go to the bubble class, basically the init function runs. If it's already initialized, then it returns. The method returns. So none of this code runs. So that's how it's working. And that works, obviously. But I'd rather that this init not even get called a second time. Because I feel like maybe it's not that big a deal. Maybe that is fine. Maybe I'm making this way bigger of a deal than it should be, and I'm wasting time. Or it's been 36 minutes in this stream. That's pretty much all I've done. Let's just worry about this. Actually, that's not true. We did something else first. Okay. So if we were to not, okay, so let's just walk through this scenario. If we didn't want init to get called more than once, because I kind of wanted that to be an unwritten rule, I guess, inside of my engine, the engine code, is just kind of like, okay, you should never call init on an entity more than once. That would be bad. And it would be awesome to throw like a little warning or something in the browser, you know, kind of as you're developing to kind of make sure that that never happens. But it would have been great if I would have thought of that a while ago, because then I would have fixed one issue from a couple streams back a lot quicker. The issue that led me to do this thing in the first place, which at the time I felt like it was just a quick and dirty hack to get around the real problem. So in order for me to not call init again when a bubble is popped, so I'm looking back at my marathon code, in order for that not to happen, I'd have to like have some sort of calculation to figure that out, which I guess we could have that information. You know what? I think I'm just going to leave it, because it actually works the way I want it to. The only thing I'm fixing, the only thing that's happening is like another, like doing this check for init is not that big a deal. Let me just make a little note. Because marathon will, okay, check if already initialized, because marathon may initialize more than once. Or, well, let's just say may call. I'll just say may call init more than once. Okay. I think I'm going to leave it. Because here I'm just setting like a little Boolean, a single like Boolean, rather than Um, rather than like doing some sort of calculation, like to take care of it. To take care of it in the marathon would mean like doing just some sort of numeric calculation to say, oh wait, did I already initialize these bubbles in the past? Or it would involve keeping more state, I guess, some extra state or something like, oh, what bubbles were already initialized? Yeah, honestly, that wouldn't even be that big of a deal either. But at this point, I think I'm just focusing on it too much. So I think we can move on. Now I have this else statement here, and I don't have anything in it, and I don't know what I was thinking of putting in there. Because I don't think init next bubble. Yeah, there wouldn't be an else case. At least not off the top of my head. Okay. All right. So, the thing I need to fix now is, let's refresh here. So when new bubbles get initialized, they fade in nicely, right? So they slide in like that. But if I throw a cursor drag stop it event by either crashing into the wall or releasing the mouse right now or popping the wrong bubble, these bubbles just appear like hard back to their alpha's going from 0 to 1 just instantly. So from one frame, they're completely invisible to the next frame, they're completely visible. So I'd like to get the animation in place so that it animates just the same way that these ones do, like that. I'd like it to animate back that way. So when you screw up, boom, instead of that just snapping hard, it would fade back in. So we already have, so we need to go back to our marathon bubble class, which is getting a lot of, well, it's all these animations that are causing this class to get all bloated here. So the expand anim is our animation for the expanding. So we want to get this guy reset so that we can, and we'll basically once, I guess once it finishes, well, okay, no. We want to reset it on this cursor drag stopped event. Yes. So instead of this dot color, or sorry, wait a minute. No, we do want this. So we do want our color to set back to, or the alpha of our color of our bubble to go back to 1 right away. So fully opaque versus it was transparent before. So we do want that to go back to 1. Because that gets animated down to 0 over when you pop the bubble, right? It fades out like that. Boom. So that's just the alpha animating, fading it out. And we want it to snap back to 1 right away, but we want the radius of our bubble to go to 0 and then expand out. So we want to do also in this same frame, we would do this dot size dot r equals 0. Okay, so we set our radius back to 0. Yes. Okay. We set our radius back to 0, and then we need to start the animation up from that point. So just call it that, whatever. So then our expansion animation, this dot anim, expand anim. I guess we just call reset. I think that's all we need to do. Reset will reset its little internal, the little variable that keeps track of how far along the animation's gone. And then start val. Oh, okay, we do need to reset the start val and the end val. Right. Oh, I guess maybe we don't need to set. Okay, so what we'll do, this dot expand anim dot reset values, that's what we need to do. So start val is going to be 0 again, and end val would be this dot size dot r. Okay. Actually, I don't think I need to set it back to 0 because this animation would tick and it would go back to 0 immediately. So let's try it without that, setting our radius to 0. Oh, actually, yes. And if I do, that would be a problem because I had this dot size dot r setting to 0 up here. So it would set it to 0 and then it would try to animate from 0 to 0, which would be a problem. Then we'd have more invisible bubbles. Okay, that breaks everything. Timer reset. Let me just look at that method quick. Timer reset does. Okay, good. All right, so reset should be fine. The problem is, I think, oops, this .id. Okay, so our first bubbles are getting initialized. Sorry. The cursor drag stopped event fires once when you start the level. I don't know exactly what fires it, what thing is firing the cursor drag stopped event. I don't remember if it was something I should try to fix or not. But so that's why we printed the bubble IDs inside of the cursor drag stopped handler for the bubble. So we saw 4 bubbles that handled this cursor drag stopped event. So expand. Is it paused? Where are we doing expand? Reset values, pause, reset, key down. Oh. Oh. No. All right, hang on. Sorry, I got to think. Well, for one, it's getting paused. So actually, cursor drag stop. Actually, I don't know if I want this. I don't know if I want the reset happening there. Well, what happens in a knit here? Oh, wait. Expand anim.init. Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay. All right. Sorry. I'm thinking here. Okay. All right. So the drag stop was happening next. Okay. So we're pausing the animation. So when you pop the bubble, which you can tell by this is in the key down event handler. So if we're popped, the player popped the bubble, then we're pausing the animation and resetting it, the expand animation. Because we're resetting the timer. Start. You know what? The start val, I don't know if we need to reset values because we have a start val and an end val. Those don't change over time. It's the right. Okay, so we don't actually need to do that. We don't even need to do this. We just need to unpause. We should, in theory, just unpause the animation. Stat expand anim dot resume. Maybe that is actually all we need. Okay, so that didn't break our stuff there. All right, so now let me release the mouse, and these bubbles here that we just popped should, yeah, there we go. Okay. Nice. Okay. So that, okay. Yeah. I think that's feeling pretty good. That was all we needed to do. Basically just one line is actually seriously all I needed to add back in was just resume the animation. So I already did all the I already did set up everything to work nicely. Yeah, that's all we needed for that. That was way easier than I realized. Okay. All right, so now if I screw up, we go back. Okay. Now, another thing that I was kind of debating doing is, well, the way the original old school round-based system worked. So if we do a practice here. So the way this worked is basically you just pop these bubbles in this round on the side here, right? In the order that you see them. So, and then if you mess up, you go back, right? And in the case, let's see. All right, I'm back. So what was I talking about before this? I was showing the old school method for some reason. Right. So the way it works right now, or with the old school method, is if you even touch the wrong bubble, like I don't even try to pop it with a key press. If I just touch the wrong bubble, I have to start over again, right? So I went back to green there. So if I touch purple, because this magenta is next, boom, I go back. So something messed up with the size of the radiuses, keep changing those. Anyway, not important. Yeah, so even just a simple crashing into the wrong bubble will reset you. And I kind of like that. You know, it makes you be careful about all your... Oops. Okay. It makes you just be careful about every move. But the one problem now is we have bubbles appearing. So it doesn't, obviously doing this doesn't reset anything now. But doing, oh, that's a crazy color there. Crashing into another bubble doesn't do anything right now, right? You have the choice. The problem where this could be kind of a really potentially bad problem is because these new bubbles appear in spots that have already been predetermined. But it's very possible that one of those bubbles appears like right where your mouse cursor is, and you crash. And that won't be an issue. I might actually be able to ensure that that doesn't happen. Because the reason why that, so the algorithm that picks the positions of everything, right? We don't want any bubbles to overlap. So the algorithm that's generating the bubble positions is the bubble positions and sizes, these radii for each of these. It's doing a check against every bubble that it generates to make sure that they don't overlap. Now, that rule only applies for the max amount of bubbles that could be on screen. Right? So if you're on checkpoint, if you start from the beginning, you pop bubble 0, so bubble 4 will appear. You pop bubble 1, bubble 5 will appear. You pop bubble 2, bubble 6 will appear. If you pop bubble 3, then you go to the next checkpoint. So if you pop bubble 0, 1, and 2, bubbles 4, 5, and 6 will appear. So if you mess up, you have to go back to bubble 0. So potentially you could have, if you messed up, if you pop bubble 2 and then you messed up, bubbles 4, 5, and 6 will have appeared. And then you go back to 0. And then, but all these bubbles will still be on screen. 4, 5, and 6 stay on screen. So 4, 5, and 6 have to be included in the check of, they need to make sure that they don't collide with bubble 0, whatever, right? But as soon as you pop bubble 3, you go on to the next checkpoint. So now you're on a checkpoint where just 4, 5, 6, and 7 are on screen. So 7 is never going to be on screen with any of this checkpoint, right? So that's kind of just how the algorithm works right now, just for checking bubbles and collisions with each other, right? But what I might do, so the problem we're running into, well, so the thing I want is, it'd be cool if just dragging the cursor into the wrong bubble would cause you have to reset, right? That would be a crash, a cursor drag reset, as I call it. Or a cursor drag stop, not reset. All right, so we go into orange. and going into, okay, so we pop orange, and I kind of want it so that, oh, if I go into blue, because purple's next. If I go into blue, boom, hit the wrong bubble, we have to go back. So I just thought of something for that we'll get to in a little bit. But I think I solved something. All right, so the problem is that if you pop bubble, okay, so we got 0, 1, 2, 3. So 4, 5, and 6 appear if you pop 0, 1, 2, right? The problem is that if you mess up, or sorry, I should say, well, the problem is that when you have, hang on one sec, I'll be back in a second here. I'm gonna get a quick coffee fill up here. All right, I'm back. Okay, so So the scenario we need to check. You know what? Actually, I don't think we should have any sort of collision issue. Or the thing I was afraid of is a bubble appearing right where your cursor was, right? But actually, that shouldn't occur. It's like you pop a bubble, and the next bubble that appears would be right on your cursor. But that actually should never happen. Because you're always, anytime a bubble is appearing that you popped, that should be a bubble that's already been checked. Well, okay, no, that's not actually true because, okay, so if you pop bubble 3, bubble 7 will appear, right? Because we're going to the next checkpoint. And it's bubble 7 is not checked against bubble 3. So that's the one scenario where that could be an issue. Because bubble 7 could appear right on top of bubble 3. And you just pop bubble 3 and bubble 7 is appearing. So that could be very much be the conflict in this case. So maybe what I could just do is actually just check 7. I could either check 7 against all of them or at least check it against the last bubble. The last bubble of the last, right? Because then, yeah, it'd be nice to at least check 7 against 3 because that's the only case where we're going to see some sort of collision issue. So let's look at why did that happen? Whoops. Gotta take a sip of this here. So we need to look at our marathon creator code here. Because this is where I have this is where we're generating our bubbles positions. So our fancy loop here is where we have this too close Boolean. So we're just checking for every bubble generated, as long as it's not too close to the next one, then it'll just keep trying generating a new bubble, right? This loop here is where it's actually checking against the old bubbles. So actually, I should add that in here. Check position, or check if too close to other bubbles. So So this part actually doesn't need to change at all. It's this last bubble ID to check thing that we need to figure out. So that's a variable that gets calculated to tell us, because it's kind of conditional. So for example, bubble 7 only needs to be checked back against 4, 5, 6, and 7, right? But bubble 6 needs to be checked all the way back to 0 because it needs to make sure that it doesn't collide with all of these bubbles can't collide with each other. This bubble really only needs to worry about, well, as this bubble is getting generated, only these other bubbles have been generated. So at the time, this bubble only checks against these bubbles here. Like 8 also just checks back against these ones. 9 checks back against these ones, right? So for each bubble that gets generated, that number there changes depending on what point it falls in the checkpoint. So yeah, so that's this little if statement here. If the last bubble to check is in the previous checkpoint, then it needs to check against the entire previous checkpoint. Hang on a sec. I think my door is open here. Never mind. It is not. Okay. If the last bubble is in the previous checkpoint, check for overlap against the entire previous checkpoint. So bubbles.length. So that would be the current length of the bubbles array. The marathon interval, which in our case here is 4 plus 1. So it'd be 5. Bubbles.length. So for generating bubble 7, the length is 6. or sorry, it is 7 because the length is this. If we're generating 7, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 7 minus 4 plus 1. So it's 7 minus 5, which would be last bubble ID to check. 7 minus 5. 7 minus 5. Wait a minute. Is that really how it... Whoops. Sorry, it's hard for me to talk and explain things when I'm trying to rack my brain so hard to understand what I'm doing here. So initially, the last bubble to check is, in our example here, where I'm working on bubble, trying to generate a position for bubble 7. The last bubble to check would be 7 minus, right? Yes. The length would be 7 minus, this would be 4 plus 1, so that would be 5. So 7 minus 5 would be 2. But that doesn't... That doesn't make sense. Oops, console.log generating bubble last bubble ID to check is last bubble ID to check. Okay. Just going to print this in the console here. Okay, so generating bubble 0. Okay, so let's pull up our example here just to make sure that this is exactly what I'm doing. So generating bubble 0, last bubble ID to check is 0, right? Generating bubble 1, last to check is 0. Generating 2, last to check is 0. Generating 3, last to check is 0. Generating 4, last to check is 0. Generating 5, last to check is 0. 6. Correct. Okay, so it is working as I thought. I don't know why my example yeah. All right. So it would be nice if maybe we could go up to it'd be nice if 7 could also check against 3. I don't actually use this variable anymore. Cur checkpoint. Let's just get rid of it. Current checkpoint bubble ID. I minus. Maybe if we make this let me just do this. Oops. No, that does not work. 7 checks all the way back down to 0. All right, so let's just run this again. Now, why does that come out as... Oh. I was doing the math wrong in my head there before. In the case of 7, that would be 6 minus 4. What was I doing before? What did we say? Oh, the length was 7. 7 minus... 4. Right. I was messing up my order of operations. Hi. Yes, I am. No, it's okay. So we're doing 7 minus 4. So 3 plus 1. Puts us at 4. So in that case, we are good. So that's why we see here generating bubble 7. Last bubble ID to check is 4. Last bubble. So the numbers are coming out correct there. We just need to, I would like to just say, let's make this 3 instead. So I guess we could just have another if the last bubble is in the previous checkpoint, maybe we could do, okay, so else, if we're not in the other previous checkpoint, else. I guess we could say else if wait, is that how you do an else if? Wow, I'm completely blanking on JavaScript else ifs. No, it's like that. Else if we want to check, okay, so we want this to expand to different checkpoint intervals too, because I might change this to 5 or something, or we might make it even make it 6 at some point. So in other words, it'd be 6 bubbles per checkpoint. So like worst case, we need to make sure that bubble, we want to check bubble 7 against bubble 3, or bubble 11 against bubble 7, right? So I need to do else if I need to check if we're, well, how many cases? In how many cases would we hit? Wait a minute. Oh, that's, yes, right. Oh. Four. Last bubble ID is in the previous checkpoint. Wait, now I need to do this again. Last bubble. So we need to look for ones where it's not in the last checkpoint. Last bubble ID to check is 1. Current checkpoint bubble ID. Sorry, I understand this is a boring stream. It is hard to think. It is hard to think of what I need to actually do here. It's a bunch of little numbers. Okay. So last bubble ID to check is 1. Cur checkpoint bubble ID. Oh, cur checkpoint bubble ID. So that would be 4. Okay. Ah. Okay. So basically, last bubble ID to check is 1. Then it corrects to 0. So if the last bubble it is checking is in the previous checkpoint, so if it's 1, which it was in the previous checkpoint, then we go all the way back to 0 to check. What we want, okay, so when bubble 3, last bubble to check is 0. Okay. But we want to just do one little check where we should do the last bubble ID minus 1. Right? So in our else if here, let's just, well, no, I think we can just do an else. We can just do an else last bubble ID to check minus equals 1. Right? So in this example here now, we would be doing, okay, so it is setting those to minus. In the case of 3, it's trying to set it check against -1, which doesn't exist. But our loop that actually checks doesn't let it actually check -1, so we don't actually have some sort of array index lookup issue. But now, when we get to 7, it should get corrected to 3. But 6 should still go back to 0. Yep, 6 should still go all the way back to 0. 8 should still go to 4. Yes, okay. So that's correct. 8 should still go to 4, but 7 should go to 3. Before, 7 was just going to 4 as well. That should be what we want. And then, you know, then so for example, we go all the way up to 15 should also just go to 11. So 15, or generating bubble 15 first starts to 12, but then we just do 12 minus 1 and get 11. Okay, so I think that should be it. Now, just making that one little modification. Well, okay, so now to recap what we just did. Basically, as we are playing, so we're trying to pop all the bubbles, but as we go, new bubbles are appearing, and they can't collide with previous bubbles when their positions and everything are getting generated. So we initially just start with 4 bubbles on screen. That would be bubbles 0, 1, 2, 3. But then once you pop 0, then bubble 4 appears, right? So you pop bubble 0 in this case, now bubble 4 has appeared. So bubble 4, when we're generating its position, can't collide with bubble 0, obviously, and it can't collide with 1, 2, 3 either. And we don't want, and then likewise we pop bubble 1, bubble 5 cannot collide with any of those either. So bubble 5 appeared. Now if we mess up, we go back to the beginning of our checkpoint, which is 0, but we still have bubbles 5 and 6 on screen. So then, whoops. Also, as we continue there, we popped a bubble, what, 2 there? So now 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all on screen. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But when we pop bubble 3 finally, we'll go to the next checkpoint. Did I mess up? Yeah, so we went to the next checkpoint. I think I kind of lost count of what I was doing there, but whatever. So the only thing we wanted to do, so what was previously happening is bubble 6 would check all the way back to bubble 0. Because you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 appears. You pop bubble 1, bubble 5 appears. You pop bubble 2, bubble 6 appears. But if you pop bubble 3, then you're going to go up to the next checkpoint. So in that case, you pop bubble 2, bubble 6 appears. So, and then if you mess up, bubble 4, 5, and 6 still stay on screen. So you can have up to 7 bubbles still on screen. It's kind of a little punishment for screwing up. So you still have to go all the way back to bubble 0. But until you pop bubble 3, then you go up to the next checkpoint. And then these bubbles are gone from history. Or they'll never be drawn back on screen again, I should say. So the thing is bubble 7 was never getting checked against any bubbles from this checkpoint, which could be potentially a problem because now I want to make it so that hovering over the wrong bubble will force you to reset. So right now it only if you pop the wrong bubble. So I'm supposed to pop purple next, but if I hover over green, nothing happens. The game still goes on. But if I pop green, then I start over. But I want it to just add extra level of challenge, I'd like it so that even if I touch green, I have to start over again. So burnt, that would start me back. That should start me back and force me to start over from bubble 0 again. But the problem was that potentially, in probably not very frequent cases, potentially bubble 7 could have the same position or could overlap with bubble 3. So, or likewise, bubble 11 could overlap with bubble 7, you know, basically the bubble right before that next checkpoint, whatever, could conflict with. So bubble 7 could conflict with bubbles 3, or bubble 7 was not getting checked against bubble 3's position. So like if you popped, well, so then for the example, you could pop bubble 3 and bubble 7 could appear immediately over top of 3 while your cursor was still in the same spot where it popped bubble 3, therefore forcing you to reset, which might not actually be that big of a deal because you would have made it to the next checkpoint, but it technically would have forced you to click the mouse again, it would, you know, eventually we'd like to have some sound and stuff, or maybe something happen on screen when you mess up, because right now that's actually kind of one of the confusing things when you mess up is you don't actually realize it. Like, so if I pop bubbled it, you know, like some stuff reset and I kind of had to go back, but whoops. Actually, that bubble shouldn't come back like that. So that's something I'll need to fix. But yes, so we should have just fixed the issue, and I say should have, but I did confirm that we did actually indeed fix that. So now 7 will check its position all the way back to 3, just in case, to avoid making sure that that mouse cursor thing won't actually happen. So the next thing we need to do is actually add in this reset when you hover over even the wrong bubble. And that should be actually pretty straightforward. So if we look at our marathon bubble class, we should actually be calling, yes, we are emitting an event called bubble traversed. And that event, before I dive into this, I'm just going to use the bathroom quick. Too much coffee. All right. Be back in a sec. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Yes, I did wash my hands upon returning from the bathroom. I know that was fast. All right. So when a bubble is traversed, we are emitting an event called bubble traversed. Now, currently in the marathon game mode, we're not actually doing anything with that event. I added it in. It was part of the other game mode, but I copied and pasted all of the code for the bubble class over, so that event is actually already still there. So we're not currently using it in our in our marathon, let's reset this here. We're not currently using it in our marathon game mode. It's getting fired, but nobody's listening to it. So like when you hover, basically that traverse thing is happening when the cursor goes over that. Just to make sure that I'm actually correct in what I'm saying. And we'll, oh yeah, we don't need to mess with that. Okay. So let's just make sure I'm right. Yes. Okay. So we're firing traverse. You can't really tell, but it's firing traverse there in the console for every bubble, just hovering over it, right? So what I'm simply going to do is just check. Oops. Or now our marathon class is actually going to have to listen to bubble traversed. And this will actually be a pretty simple little check here. So marathon is going to have a, let's just put it after this event here. Whoops. Event bubble traversed. Listener. Okay. Okay. Now the bubble traverse also passes an ID. The bubble ID, right? So the bubble that was traversed that calls this, that fires this event, is also passing its ID, right? So we can simply then we can check if the correct bubble traversed, or if the bubble that was currently traversed is the new target bubble, right? So we actually just have this same exact if statement that we have in the if bubble popped, in our bubble popped thing, right? So we're just checking, hey, is the bubble that was just popped the bubble that was supposed to be popped? We can say the same thing about traversed, because traversed happens before the pop, right? So you drag the cursor over the bubble, then you pop it with a key press. So if the ID is the target bubble ID. Oh, so actually all we really need to do is if ID does not, we don't care if it is, we only care if it's not. So if it's not, then we emit the cursor drag stopped. And I'll just make this a one-liner. So if the ID is not the target ID, then we cursor drag stop. So now I'm just going to hover over blue. Boom. That forced us to reset. Okay, so that's good. I think that's, whoops. Oh, actually, that might be, I don't know. We'll see how that goes, because it's just a little. There might be some accidental hovering over the wrong bubble, because it's just. I'll probably have to play for a while with this and just see how that feels. Yeah, that actually might not be a good idea. From a gameplay standpoint, that might not actually be a good idea. Well, I'm going to remove it. I know I just added it, and now I'm going to remove it. Because part of the game is like looking at you know, looking ahead to these bubbles here, and then kind of being able to make a quick, like, okay, I need to pop blue, green, this, you know. So if you're, that should be part of kind of the skill. But then, you know, like right just happened there, purple kind of came into the way of my path on my way to this one, which would have caused me to reset. So I feel like I feel like that could be a potential, that could be an annoying thing. Well, not only an annoying thing, it would just like, you know, I've already made up my mind. So purple was the one that appeared after I popped blue. So if I was, you know, I have to pop this one, and then this one. And what just happened was I went here, and I was already on my way to like go get this one. But purple appeared. And if I was truly resetting on the wrong, just touching the wrong bubble, then I would have had to start over. So I kind of feel like just getting rid of that. And the only reason why I'm hanging on to that was this idea of just touching the wrong bubble, forcing you to reset, just because that's the way I had the game working originally. And I'm just kind of, you know, I'm just kind of like, well, that's kind of the way the game, you know. I'm like the old guy that can't, you know, forget the past and move on to something new. I'm like stuck to that old feature. And that might actually be a bad idea. In fact, right now I have the click and drag the cursor to even start, right? Like it's kind of hard to see on screen if that I'm doing that, but you see the little trail behind the mouse, which is just temporary. It's obviously it looks really weird. But when I click and drag, then the trail appears. Otherwise, you can't even play if you're not dragging the mouse, right? Like you can't, only when it's dragging do you see the little highlights around the bubbles there. So only, yeah, it might not even make sense to have the click and drag because that's just kind of confusing. Like there's no reason to have that anymore. It's just kind of like, it's extra friction that doesn't even make sense from a gameplay or from the functionality of the game. It kind of made sense for my original idea, my original kind of design of it, but in this case here, it makes sense just to have like not even clicking the mouse, just hitting a key to play the game and not worrying about where my mouse is on the bubbles. I like the idea of not going out of bounds still, because that's kind of forcing you to just like stay inside of the circle. But yeah, I'm going to have to figure out. Well, I'm not going to worry about it right now. For now, I'm going to keep the dragging in here, but I have a feeling I'm going to end up removing that click and drag feature. And it's just going to be the cursor. So it'll just be, you know, yes. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Why did that happen? Oh. Actually, I don't know why that happened. But that was a WebSockets error, and we're not worrying about WebSockets right now. Oop. Okay. Yeah, anyway, I think we can move on to the next thing. Next thing, I think, should maybe just be our new little progress meter. Our new style progress meter that kind of shows our completion of the entire game, right? Like, or the entire marathon, as I'm calling it right now. Right, so right now I'm just specifying in my configuration here that I've got 20 bubbles to pop in the marathon, which may very well be something bigger, 50 or 100 or something. So I have to play I have to pop 20 bubbles right now. But it'd be nice to just have that reflected along here. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, I think it would be more important. It'd be more important to have this be animated. So I think that's, I think that's the thing I should focus on right now. So my original idea for this was to be, so right now it's pretty clear, like, okay, I need to hit green, pop green first, then pop blue, then pop whatever this color is. Barf. But just this, it's just kind of the colors just instantly change right now. And I'd really way rather have these colors actually animate. So basically, once you pop green, instead of it just green disappearing and then these other colors kind of obviously sliding up, I'd rather have green, this green bubble like slide off and fade out to nothing. And then blue slide into this position and like grow from this size that it is up to this size. It would be easier to keep track of, I think. Because the idea is you're kind of like, you as the player, it still might even be kind of weird, but I at least have to try it first here. So the player, my thought is you kind of play the game kind of like looking, you're obviously focused, your eyes are focused, here, but you're kind of out of your peripheral vision kind of looking here to see what bubble you need to pop next, right? So having these colors just jarringly change is not super clear. And it's not, it's just not super clear. And it would be good to have it so it's like you kind of prioritize. As a player, you kind of just look at these three and you can kind of see, okay, these are my colors, so I'm just going to try to do that in a quick like hit, right? You're not like going green, okay, what's my next color? Okay, blue. You're not like making all these decisions of like what's the next color to pop. You're kind of trying to do it, or at least a player who would maybe play more and be more advanced would be, doing it more that way, right? So it would be better. That's why I'm thinking of the animation thing, because you can kind of more like see what's going on here rather than sort of these colors just shifting automatically. Your attention's kind of, I don't know. To me, it just feels like harder. It feels harder than the old school way that I had here with the sort of round base playing, where it was like, okay, the indicator is on the bubble I need to hit, right? So this was the old style, the old game mode. So yeah, I think now having these move would make a difference. So to do that, right now that's a little bit of a challenge, because I'd like to have a bubble fade off to nothing. And then I'd like to have the new bubble like fade in from nothing, right? So you pop this green, it would fade, slide up and out. And then what color's next? Red. Red would like fade in to this slot, and orange and yellow would, you know, slide up to these two positions, right? Green would kind of slide out, red would slide in. So this is going to be kind of tricky to manage. Because right now these are just right now these are just circles, that circle objects. And obviously bubbles are circle objects, but they or they have a circle object, but they have a bunch of other things that they keep track of, so they're not just circles. This, what I'm calling the progress meter right now, the progress meter just has these three bubbles, and basically whenever the game logic, our marathon object, detects that the player popped the right bubble, you know, checks that the player popped the right bubble, it passes just the colors to the progress meter to say, okay, here's the next colors, here's the new colors that you're supposed to show. But the problem now is it's like we're kind of getting, it's like the progress meter needs to like have a little more information, because it needs to know to like slide yeah, it like needs to know to slide a bubble out and slide the new one in, or slide a new circle out, or slide a, you know, a circle object in with a certain color, right? So that would imply that I'd have to have like 5 circles now, because you have the 3 that are here, but then something's sliding in to the next position, something's sliding out. So there'd have to be like a little buffer on either side to know, like, maybe this is a good, let's see here. All right. Fire up my new little pen and tablet here. What's going on? Pencil. Oh. Here, let's do paintbrush. There we go. Okay, so we currently have the, all right, it's going to be a little bit for me to get used to this here. So we currently have the 3 bubbles. As you pop one, they're sliding up this way. So this one would slide off into nothingness. So it would be like fading out. But it's still a bubble, right? So like I have to have a bubble that's animated going out and fading out. This bubble would, this position would simply be going up and growing. And this one would also just be up and growing, right? But then there'd be a new bubble that's really tiny that's fading into this position from being invisible. So what I could get away with is, let's see, how many, oops. So this bubble slides out. These two slide up. And a new bubble slides in. A new bubble. So I could get away with 4 bubbles, or 4 circles. I should say circles, not bubbles. So, right, because this, yeah, because this one is going off into nothing. And then this, the circle object could get like resized and recycled. Could get like recycled back, and then that would become the new invisible one, right? So then I'm only dealing with 4 total bubbles, or circles, I should say. Because we've got this one. Yeah. This one would go away. These 2 would come up. And a new one would come in. That's only 4. And then when this one is done animating out, it would like be reset back here somehow. Or it would like reset to the bottom. So now that's the way what's currently happening is our marathon class is just sending an array of colors to the progress bar and saying, okay, color 0 is going to be this color. Color 1 is this one. Color 2 is this one, right? So it's just sending these an array of just like 3 colors. And then the progress meter, so the progress meter doesn't know about whatever positions or anything. But I need to like now determine like 2 different methods where one would be like it slide forward and one would be like slide back. Now, the other potential issue is, well, what I would like to have is bubbles slide. I can actually play with my little pen here, which would be kind of interesting. That's kind of neat. Let me go to the real mouse here. Okay. So the other thing I'd like to have is if you mess up, well, so the idea of having just 4 bubbles won't work because if we are keeping track of multiple bubbles. So like in our example here, you might be on bubble, or wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, because the worst case, okay, so you pop bubble 0, 1, 2, and 3. So when you're on 3, you'd potentially go back all the way to 0. But that's the worst case. Because within that checkpoint, you'd be on 3. So we pop 0, we're on 1. We pop 1, we're on 2. So this is bubble 2. We pop 2, we're on 3, right? But if I mess up, we go all the way back to 0, right? So we need to have like, we pop 1, pop 2, we pop 3. So here, wait a minute. Sorry, I think I said that wrong. Pop 0, then we pop 1, then we pop 2, and we're on 3. If we pop 3, then we go to the next checkpoint. But 3, the green bubble is in the top position there, right? And then these other bubbles here, purple and blue, whatever that kind of blue is, those are on the next checkpoint. So if I let go of the mouse and start over, all of those bubbles should like slide off, and like it should like backwards slide in this way, which makes things a little more confusing. So in that case, we've had 1, 2, 3 bubbles that would have slid up and out, right? Yeah. So this, and this would have been slid off. So it'd be nice to like let go, and then like you see all those, you see these 3 like slide back on to this position. That would be kind of cool. So in that case, we need to keep track of a lot more bubbles. But if you pop, okay, so if you go to, yeah, it's kind of like we need like a little like cursor kind of system, like a sliding like little scale thing where you kind of, well, I was kind of explaining it here, but this needs to like keep going. Yeah, so let's actually keep. Yeah, we're gonna need to like be instantiating circles on the fly. How do I erase? Like a big eraser here. Actually, I'm just going to draw a white box on top. How about that? Whoops. Merge down. There we go. GIMP. Okay. So let's try this again here. Oh, wrong tool. Paintbrush. Is that what we want? Why is the paintbrush huge now? It's white for 1. And it's 100 pixels. What do we want? 5 pixels maybe? It's too thick. That's good enough. All right, so at the beginning of the game, we've got the start of the game. We've got our 3 progress bubbles, right? Those are going to initialize to the first 3 colors. Yeah, so there we go. We got nice orange. Call it pink and blue. Cyan, blue, cyan, whatever. So that's great. So then after we pop orange, oh, so let's just do indexes here. So this is bubble 0, 1, and 2, right? So then as you pop orange, 0, how about that? So as you pop orange, you would have bubble 0 out here now. And then bubble 1 would be the big one. Bubble 2 would be the next big one. Bubble 3 would be that one, right? Then you pop bubble 1. So now bubble 2 would be here. Bubble 3. I need to like make this like slightly bigger. Bubble 3. Bubble. Bubble 4. Okay. Yes. Sorry, my first time really using my new little drawing tablet here. Okay, so then we need to kind of like... Great, we don't have enough space here. So now bubble 1 would be here and bubble 0 would be here, right? And they should stay there, because if you mess up, then these ones should like slide back in, which would be nice. So it's like as we start, we might just instantiate 3 circles, and then yeah, I'm trying to think of how we can make this kind of like work with the existing system well enough without having to okay, so let's say the data that needs to get passed. Let's have like, so on the initial thing, we just need to pass in, it's always just going to pass in the 3 colors. So there's got to be a method for that. Right now there's just one method on the progress meter, and it's just pass me colors. And then you pass it the 3 next bubble colors, the colors of the next 3 bubbles. And it sets that in order, right? So 0, 1, and 2. So we need that. Then we also need like some sort of like method to slide a bubble in or something. So like once you pop a bubble, 3 needs to like slide in, right? So like in our example here, maybe 3 needs to get passed in. Okay. So I'm thinking like we could just pass an array of colors, just like we've been doing. And then so we could have one method. We could have a method to take an array of colors, just like we've been doing. We pass in like the array of the 3 colors. Then when you pop a bubble, we pass an array of the new color. And then that could, the progress meter could then therefore imply that you're adding a new color, so this old one should fade off, but it's going to keep. Yeah, I think that's what's going to have to happen. So we're going to have like a method to pass a new a new bubble, a new color for that bubble, right? So we pass in number 3, and that'll be a method to just like advance 1 or whatever. So then this one will slide off. That'll trigger the slide off of 0. So 0 is going to go from being the big one to just fading out. And then that'll be a method to just pass a new one on every time. So as we pass a new one on, we're just keep, you know, these the 3 last ones. At the time we pass a new one in, we create a new circle, animate it in, and then adjust the positions of the existing circles. And if, you know, and then if they're number 0 here in this case, it slides off to nothing as we pass 3 in. But then there needs to be the method for going back needs to be like the method for going back the other direction if you mess up needs to be like I guess maybe it could just be go all, you know, like just one method to say start over. You know what? That's kind of dumb. That's kind of dumb. Like I'm kind of just complicating things too much. What I should do is actually just pass in I should just pass in the whole bubbles array. Okay, so the marathon object that keeps track of the game state and everything checks if the player popped the right bubble. I should just pass in, I don't think I need my pen and tablet here anymore. I think the cleanest way would just be for the marathon object to pass in the array of bubbles. It's just pass in its whole array of bubbles, like by reference, and then pass in like the index of the current target. So like at the start of the game, start of a new fresh match, right? It would just pass the entire bubbles array. And then the index of the first bubble, which would be 0, right? And then the progress meter gets all that, gets all the bubbles and that first index, right? So then it could then just set up, you know, 3 bubbles because it's configured to just show 3. I have that in configuration settings though. Like I could just change that to 4 if I wanted. So it'll have to be, you know, kind of dynamic to that, right? So now I can have 4, right? But I'm keeping it at 3 for right now. Might be something we tweak down the road, but for now just 3. So it would just simply like take what I can then do is it would just take, okay, blue, our target index is 0, right? So bubble 0 right here, blue, that's our first one. And then the progress meter, all it needs, I guess, from that point on is just the index of the target. So then as you pass in the new index from the target, it will just slide, it'll just know, so then you could be on, like in this example here, then you could be on, you pop bubble 0. Okay, so bubbles 0, 1, and 2 go to the progress meter. Or sorry, the progress meter just gets the reference to the entire bubbles array. And then you pass it just index 0, and then it will, as being the target bubble, right? So it'll just put bubble 0 here, bubble 1 here, bubble 2 here, right? The next 3. As you pop 0, then the marathon object will say, okay, pop 0, so bubble 1 is the next one, so pass 1 to the progress meter. So the progress meter will simply just take the 1 and then make it 1, 2, 3 here, right? And it will kind of by its own way, it'll slide 0 off and slide 3 on, right? And slides 1 and 2 up. So yellow and green would go up into these 2 positions. Blue would fade off into nothing. And then brown would come in. It would fade in from nothing. So then, same thing. You pop 1, then you go up to 2, 3, 4. Then let's just say, for example, so then we'd still keep track of 0 and 1 as circles. They would just be faded out to nothing. But then we could have, so then if you messed up, then the marathon object would still just pass 0, right? Because you'd go back to 0. And then the progress meter would then just keep track of, okay, I need to fade all the way back to 0. Or I need to slide all these bubbles out back to 0. I think that would make the most sense. So in that case, our progress meter then would just need, it would need to get instantiated with the bubbles array. So we could just call that this dot bubbles. Okay, so target bubbles and then bubbles. Reference to all of the marathon bubble objects. Okay, so whoops. Okay, so our marathon creator let's see here. So our marathon creator is setting up this bubbles array. That's the real bubbles. And then when we set up our do new marathon, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so when we do the progress meter, we have a progress meter bubbles, but we could also pass the same bubbles here. So those are the same objects. So the progress meter just has the same access to the same bubbles that the marathon does. Oops. All right, so then marathon progress meter. Okay. What a mess I'm getting myself into here. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is all the checkpoint indicator code that we got rid of, or we just commented out for the time being. Actually, I'm just going to get rid of all of it because, yeah, I'm going to get rid of all of this code because it's actually just going to confuse me down the road, because now this is really changing. Okay. So I'm kind of thinking, do we just, well, all right. I'm just going to stop postulating here and just move on. So we're gonna need a new variable. This dot last target bubble ID. Actually, no. I think we just need target bubble ID, and that's gonna initialize to 0. Actually, it doesn't really need to initialize, but set target bubble ID. Okay. So now this method should eventually replace this method here. You know what? I'm kind of thinking. Of just initializing all the bubble circles. Otherwise, I'm just going to end up in this crazy kind of management system. And we don't really have to worry about, we're not going to have to worry about memory or anything like that. Because this is just very basic. Even if we do 1,000 bubbles. So what I'm thinking now is just instantiating like as many circles for as many bubbles as there are, right? Yeah, I'm going to create as many circles for as many bubbles as we have. And then those circles will just get initialized as you play, but then they'll also have to get destructed. So then we would have to have like destruct from, you know, we'd have to have like a destruct, you know, pass bubbles, checkpoint bubbles maybe. And then it would have to be like, oh, what do we say in the marathon here? Yeah, I think this is, hang on, let me move this here. let's see. Destruct pre-checkpoint bubbles. Okay, so when we destruct a bunch of bubbles, we would also need at this point in time to call that destruct. First bubble to destruct, I is less than first bubble to destruct. Let I equal first bubble to destruct, and then it goes through that array plus 1 destructs. Okay. Yeah, so we would need to pass at this point when we're destructing the actual bubble objects here. We would need to we're destructing these bubbles after we make it to the next checkpoint. We would also need to say, okay, now also destruct the progress bubbles that we create. So all right, okay, so now, sorry, I was just calculating some things there in my brain. Let's do, oh, I already am doing that. Nice. Okay, so we want to create generate progress meter. Oh, that's right. That's right. All right, hang on. I'm going to get some more water and then use the bathroom real quick. All right, there we go. Mike's back. So we initially want to create a bunch of progress meter bubbles. So I have to keep a little careful, or I have to be a little careful of what I'm doing here. Because all of this here is to generate the initial like positions and everything of all the circles. But for now, because it's just the 3 circles, it's just 3 circles that are used here, 3 circle objects. So what I want to do is first actually create circle objects for all of the bubbles. And it would be good to set their position all to like whatever this like last position would be here, because all of them are going to be, well, aside from the first 3 or first whatever that variable is, all of them are going to be sliding in from like this position here at some point or another, right? That would be their first time they'd ever show up in here, is they'd slide in from nothingness in this position. So it'd be nice to instantiate all of them at this position, and then like set up the first 3 to like actually be in the correct positions here, but instantiate all of them there. Wouldn't call it init on all of them, just init on the first 3 to set them up. And then as the bubbles get popped, then it would call init and then slide in the next bubble. I think that's what we need. So so we've got our progress meter bubbles array. I'll keep that. But then we're going to be doing just a for each bubble, bubbles.for each. And that's going to be for each bubble. And we are simply going to be doing progress meter bubbles dot push new circle, and that new circle is going to be assuming some properties of our bubble here. Now, so for example, color is really the first thing. New color, and then the new color is going to be bubble dot color dot copy, right? Kind of like I have here, bubble 0 dot color dot copy. Yes, okay, that is the correct syntax. So we also want the size to be, we want the size to be I guess we want the size to be equal to whatever the 4th bubble, like we want it to kind of like fade in. So we want them all to be like a fixed size. But the problem is I think I calculate these sizes like kind of down this way. Which is kind of tricky. So bubble 0 radius is equal to, well, let's just say it's 100 pixels. So bubble 1 is going to be 0.7 of that. So then that would be 70 pixels. Bubble 2 is going to be 0.7 of that. So 70 times 0.7, 49. And then bubble 3 is going to be times 0.7, so 34.3. Bubble, or wait a minute, okay, so that, yeah, so these are the first 3 bubbles that we would have. So but if we were doing 0.7 times 2, or 0.7, 100, okay, yeah, I want, what, 49 divided by 100. Well, obviously that's 0.49. So we go from, oh, so yeah, I want 0.49. Oh, right. 0.7 of that. 0.7 times 0.7. Yes. So I'm just simply doing 0.7 squared, 0.7 cubed. Yes, so we would just be doing 0.7 to like the 4th. Yes, so I can do that. That number would be bubble count plus 1. So our radius, init progress, we'll call it prog bubble rad is going to equal math.pow, oops, And then this, our bubble shrink rate, config dot marathon dot progress meter dot, wait a minute. Progress meter dot bubble shrink rate to the config dot marathon dot progress meter dot bubble count plus 1, because our bubble count is 3, but we need it to be 4 because we're going to that 4th position. Am I right? Right, to the 4th. Right, because this would be cubed. 0.7. 0.7 squared is 49. 0.7 cubed is that, so it's yes, it would be 0.7 times this plus 1, or to the power of this plus 1. Yes, okay. So that should be our initial position for every bubble. And this might actually need to get passed in to, that might actually need to get passed into the, to our progress meter to keep track of, to be able to go back to that position, to have the other bubbles go back to that position when the player screws up. Okay, so this part is all great. Size is simply going to equal init prog rad. Great. Position is going to be always going to be this. X is always going to be that, and Y is always going to be play area pose Y, and then this thing. Yeah, it's doing, okay, so I'm doing another, I'm gonna have to do another little exponential thing here. Prog, yeah, this was like a complicated like little thing. So the last bubble position, Y. Plus the last bubble radius. You know what? These actually could maybe just all get initialized to 0, 0. These could all actually, let's just start with all of them going from 0 at 0, 0. And then when they don't need to start at this 4th bubble position down here. They don't. The radius doesn't even need to be set either. They could just get all set up with their color. Let's just leave the radius. And let's just do x 0 and y 0. And then yes. So the colors are important. We do that. And then because when it's time for them to get initialized, or to get, initialized, call it, have a init called on them, they'll have the animation and everything, and then they will start animating in. Right? Yeah, actually, I think we might actually need to create our progress bubble. Progress meter. What did I call them here? Progress bubble before. Marathon. I guess we'll just stay with marathon progress bubble, matching what I did before. So now I'm gonna actually create a new. So rather than just using circle, rather than just using a circle object, I'm actually gonna extend circle object now and add an animation to it. That's gonna be smoothest, basically. So then that circle, and I'll just call it progress. I'll just call it marathon progress bubble for right now, because that's kind of matching what I did. What did I just do there? New file. Oh. Okay. New file. Marathon progress bubble. Whoa. .js. Man. Okay. Let me just look at what I did for the old progress bubble here. Yeah, let me copy that over. Okay, so we've marathon progress bubble. Export default class, marathon progress bubble, extend circle, animation, cursor drag stopped. Okay, I think everything is looking good there. Okay, so Yes, we're just going to need, yeah, so there'll need to be some extra things added, but for right now, that's fine. So now we need in our marathon creator, we need to pull in import marathon progress bubble from marathon progress bubble.js. Okay. So now we have the progress bubble. And we can use that in place of circle. And that should be fine because it's extending circle. Oh, does that do anything weird? Marathon progress bubble. I gotta make sure I'm using the right. Okay, yeah, I'll have to change all of that stuff. So I copied all this code over from the old style progress bubble that I had from before. So we're going to need to change that. Change that code. Shrink rate times bubble count plus 1. Okay. Whew. Neck crack. Okay, so I'm going to start everything at position 0. That is fine. Start each of those bubbles at position 0. Perfect. But then we still need to set up our first. So the code that's here is setting up each of. Now it's actually setting up the first bubbles, positions, and everything. It's setting up these 3 bubble positions and everything. So this first one is the bubble 0, and then this last one, because they reference the previous bubble. So yeah, like they're looking back at the previous bubble radius and everything. Wow. Why didn't I think of that before? Sometimes when you're streaming and I gotta think deeply about things, it's kind of hard to make dumb decisions, actually. So if I'm doing like pretty trivial things, it's like easy to just kind of, figure stuff out as I'm going. But sometimes it's like it's difficult to really get deep thinking done while streaming. Even if no one's watching you, like no one really is right now. So Okay. Oh. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, okay. That's a new variable, right? So then let me just create a new prog bubble xpix. Okay. So let's just do a new for loop. Let I equal 1, I is less than config dot marathon dot meter dot bubble count I plus equals 1. Okay. So first thing is, we'll do this right now, or do this the correct way now. So yeah, then for the we'd be going through the first 3 progress bubbles. Yes. That would be at the end. Progress meter bubbles I dot init. That would be going on at the end. And then we've already set up the new circles. So all that needs to be done is the new radii and the new. So let's do let R, okay, R and let X, we'll just say prog bubble X, or wait a minute, that one's already good. Prog, so we just do prog bubble Y pix. Okay. So the very first one is going to be equal to, this one is going to instantiate playArea.pose.y, and the new radius, or the first radius, is going to instantiate to, or start equal to that, okay? So far, I think we're good. So then all we need to do is progress meter bubbles dot I dot size dot R is going to equal R. Progress meter bubbles I dot pose dot X should equal prog bubble X pix. Now, could I actually calculate that all first. Yeah, let's actually move this up. And then I can actually set the X here just for now. That might actually change, but I can set the X when we set up all the initial progress meter bubbles. So the X would already be set, so then we don't need to even set the X. So we just need to set the Y. And the Y is simply going to be equal to prog bubble Y pix play area. Oh, that would just be equal to prog bubble Y pix. Now, so basically, I'm just using these. I'm calculating these variables for the first time, using them once. These are set. This is what will be used for the 0. These values are what will be used for the 0 bubble. That's what will be used for the 0 bubble here, and then from then on we loop and then do this bubble, this bubble. So we need to reset these variables because they're going to run every loop. So let's do that, do the init, and then it'll be like, let's recalculate. So then we'll do an R equals something, and then we'll do a prog bubble Y pix equals something. And I should use something other than R. It's fine inside of that loop, but man, I'm getting kind of chilly again. I need my sweatshirt, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Sorry, this has been a pretty boring stream. Boring stream to watch. Not a lot of me thinking and not being able to talk and explain things. We've been going for almost 3.5 hours now. Okay, so all right, so the tricky part, okay, so R is going to be equal to R times, so we can do just times equals the shrink rate. Perfect. And then prog bubble Y pix is going to equal this annoying thing. I guess we can say plus equals, because it is what it is currently, plus, wait a minute. Oh, then no, this one needs to come first. Okay. Oh, we're going to need to do... Oh, okay, let's do... Okay. We're going to do next radius equals... Next R equals... Oops. R times that. And then at the end here, we'll do R equals next R, because I'm going to need R and next R. Just so I don't have to, I don't calculate that I don't do this multiplication more than I need to. All right, so then we do, okay, prog bubble y pix. That's our, okay, plus equals, so we take care of the y. Our current position, yes, in this case, it's the current position plus the last bubble radius, so that would just be r plus the prog y between pix plus that plus next r. Calculate just values for next iteration. Okay. Colors are already good. X value is already good in this case for what we're doing right now. And then we just need to do the radius and the y value. Yeah. If I don't smash the mic here. Is that okay? All right. Okay. I think we're okay. All right, so we're getting somewhere, I think. So now we should be able to get rid of this. Well, now these really don't do anything. We can get rid of this. Just comment them out for right now. That is important. Nice. Okay, so we are cleaning some of this stuff up a bit. I know whenever stream that was, I think that was 2 streams ago when I was doing this stuff, I was actually kind of like, this is just ugly and annoying, and it's kind of, and now we're making things a little more complicated, but at the same time, we're kind of cleaning up some other things and making things a little more clear. So that's kind of good. All right, so now we should, in theory, have set up, we now have our new progress meter bubbles, or marathon progress bubbles, sorry, for all of our bubbles, for every actual bubble that gets generated. And we generate the entire marathon on the or all at once. Now, we do that. We generate all those. We set their colors. That's kind of the important thing there. And we set the radius, and we set to the initial radius size, which would be the initial radius size would be this, like, whatever the size of this fourth bubble would be, like, percentage-wise, as these are shrinking, right? So it would be like the little tiny shrunken circle here, because they're going to animate in from that radius. So that should all be good. Now, and we set up, and now we set up the first 3. We should be properly setting up the first 3, well, first whatever, X bubbles here with the correct colors and sizes, or the correct sizes and positions with this little loop here. So that should be great. So now I think we can go to our marathon and actually just remove this little method here for right now. So we don't need to, yeah, we don't need that. Let's just see where we're at. Okay. Almost there, I guess. Somehow we missed the last one. Nice. Oh, yeah. I know why. Marathon creator. Yeah, I equals 0 now. Okay. Yeah. That was because I copied and pasted some code from before. There we go. That works. That's great. Nothing will happen now with this because I removed that method call from, so I don't even know what's next. Then this one. Okay. So the game still plays. We don't have errors. We got that. I should get rid of these annoying console logs wherever they are. I don't remember. Where do those come from? Marathonbubble.js. You hear some banging. So that's my wife is working on painting the trim in our house. So sorry for the noise. Okay, Marathon Bubble JS 127. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these little logs just for right now, just to kind of clean some stuff up. 127 there. Okay. So we've now right. Okay. So this is as it should be, not updating properly to this. Like it should give us this initial 3 bubbles to pop, which would be these, but then it's not updating yet to the next thing. So now so we know that that's working. That's great. What we need to do is specify, yeah, actually that's, we need to specify like some position off here so that when you pop pink, well, let's actually move our new method in to the marathon. So this is the old call to our progress meter. So before, the call to the progress meter was just passing in colors to the progress meter and saying, hey, these are the colors you need to show on screen, right? But instead of that, we are actually now, our progress meter has access to all of the bubbles array, right? Oh, actually, it doesn't need that anymore. It does, but it doesn't need that anymore. I added that, but we can get rid of that. Yes. Yes, we do not need that anymore. So, and let me remove that from the marathon creator. We do not want to pass bubbles anymore. Whoops. Because we just straight up created progress meter bubbles that one-to-one match the bubbles array. So that's okay. So we're gonna call this dot progress meter dot, what did I name that method now? Set target bubble ID. Right? Yes, we want to pass in the next ID that we want. So, okay, so set target bubble ID. Set target bubble ID. And we're passing in the new ID. The new target bubble. Oh, all of this stuff can go away now. All of that stuff can go away. Yeah. This whole method we don't even need anymore. So not only do I just want to get rid of, because this whole method exists just to calculate which new colors need to get sent, but now we're no longer doing that. Set target bubble color. Okay, that's old. Ugh, what did I just do? Man, what is going on with that? Okay. Set target bubble color. That is an old name. So then wherever we've got this dot progress meter dot set target bubble ID, right? Is that what it's called? Set target bubble ID. Yes, we just pass this dot target bubble ID. So we'll just keep that for right now. And this one would go away, and same exact thing. Just copy and paste this. Okay. So so let's then just check in our progress meter here. I mean, I know this is going to work because this console.log ID. Okay. So just to make sure everything, well, I guess we don't. So 0, 1, 2. Okay. So that works. And then I let go and we went back to 0. Perfect. Yes, that's all we need. That is all we need right now. So now the progress meter itself is going to keep track of, I'm pointing to my screen now. Can't you see where I'm pointing on my screen? Sorry, I got to point with my mouse, right? So the progress meter itself now is going to do the figuring out of, okay, which bubble do I need to go to, or what bubble do I need to go next to, right? So somehow, because we got two scenarios. Either we're advancing by one bubble, because you pop the first bubble. So you were either, popping bubble 0, therefore, so we see 0, 1, and 2 on the meter here, bubble 0, 1, and 2. We pop bubble 0, right? So 0 should now slide off. Green should slide here, red should slide here, and then whatever bubble 3 is would slide in from nothingness. So then we see 1, 2, 3, right? So we're either incrementing, going up by, we can only go up by 1, but we can go back to any sort of number. We can only go back to the previous checkpoint, but the progress meter itself doesn't need to care about checkpoints. It just needs to know which bubble ID to go back to. Because you might go all the way back. Or no, you'll always go back to the checkpoint. But yeah, our progress meter doesn't need to know like, oh, what bubble is a checkpoint or whatever. Because the marathon, the marathon state object is going to keep track of, okay, this is the checkpoint, whatever. And it's going to say, all right, progress meter, you need to go back to whatever bubble, right? Because we're up here, you mess up on bubble 6, then we go back to bubble 4 only. If you're on checkpoint 1, right? So we're always going to just be incrementing 1. But we could always be going back, we could be going back 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever, maybe our checkpoint interval is 8 or something, and then you go then you could go back 8 bubbles potentially or whatever. So we should calculate, I guess we should just calculate like, it should just calculate like a change. So yeah, so in our progress meter, we're keeping track of target bubble ID, right? So that would be like, at the time that this gets called, this would be the previous target bubble ID, right? So we could always calculate the change, whatever the change was. Let me just, well, okay. Let's just print the ID minus, so yeah, so let's just do ID minus target bubble ID, right? Oh, this dot target bubble ID. This dot target bubble ID. And then this dot target bubble ID is just going to equal whatever ID was for the next one, right? So we'll print the difference to the console. Oops. Okay. So like, okay, 0 is the difference to start. There's an initial call the first time. Yeah, maybe we need to fix that. You pop 1, we have a difference of 1 now. Pop 2, we have the difference of 2. Pop 3, we have a difference of this. Now I popped the wrong one. We have a difference of -3, right? So we go back 3 bubbles. So I think we might actually need that in a variable, this in a variable. So let's just const diff. Okay, so we calculate like a difference between, you know, so that's like our state of change, right? Either we need to slide forward. Just checking my phone here quick. Okay. So either we need to slide forward 1 or back, you know, 3 or 2 or 1. It could be a different, it could be a number of different ones. So if we're advancing forward 1, I can get rid of circle here. I'm just going to get rid of some of this stuff that I don't need here. We are going to use config in a minute. Maybe I could do like some array stuff. Maybe I could have like a visible circles array or something. No, we don't need that. We don't need that. All right, so let's just kind of look at what I've got here again, or what I drew earlier. So we start like this, right? And then it's going, we're going to get, you pop bubble 0, right? So then we're getting a diff. Our diff will be 1. We're advancing 1 forward. So that needs to somehow signal 0, or, you know, calculate that 0 needs to go up, slide up. So it would be like negative. It's whatever, it would be going negative. And 1 and 2 would also be sliding up. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here. All right, I'm back. Okay, so Kareem22G. Hi, any book recommendations? Actually, no. I don't really read books. Sorry. I'm just doing a lot of this stuff kind of on my own, just figuring stuff out. I kind of enjoyed just kind of, yeah, exactly that. Just kind of doing things from scratch and kind of figuring everything out on my own, you know, the math or whatever I need to get stuff done. It's not to say I don't like look things up and whatever from time to time, but I try not to do that. I try not to really learn and understand, or really learn about a lot, read about something before I ever even really encounter it, if that makes sense. Like read about a problem before I actually encounter it myself. But yeah, sorry, not really any books. What kind of any specific type of game? I mean, I don't know if you're looking at like game design or programming or whatever, or that sort of thing. Just like if you're doing just like kind of engine programming or something like that, or kind of all of the above, or oops. All right, well, what was I saying here before? So yeah, our set target bubble method is always going to send in, or we're going to be able to calculate, we send in the new ID, the new target bubble ID. We're always going to be able to calculate our difference. And we need to somehow respond to that. So we're going 0, 1, 2. But if we get a diff of 1, we need to know that 0 should slide up. We're not going to change the radius of 0. We don't need to because it's off screen. We don't really care about that. We just want to slide it up, and its alpha value will change as well. Yes. And actually, I'm doing in the diagram that I was drawing here, this beautiful diagram, I was saying that 0 should slide up here, but actually 0 shouldn't change its position. 0 should just stay here. So like you pop bubble 0, it slides up invisible to, it slides up and starts fading to invisible, right? To 100% alpha or 0 alpha value, right? Then when you pop bubble 1, 1 should also slide up to that position, to the same position, but 0 shouldn't slide up even further. It should just stay in this position as well. Like there's no reason to calculate, like move some invisible circle like that. That's just kind of dumb. I don't need to do that. That's just more calculation than we need. So yeah, so in that case, we only need to worry about the visible ones, right? So when we do when we have a diff of 1 here on the first one, 0 goes up. When we have a diff of 1 again, 0, nothing changes with 0. Nothing would change with the invisible ones. 1 would then slide up, right? But then when we unwind, when we have a negative diff, so when the player messed up and goes back, so pop bubble, let's refresh here. Pop bubble 0, boom. Red needs to slide up, right? And then yellow, in theory, would slide up to that big position, and then pop yellow. So those would all be diff of 1, right? So we advanced 1 bubble forward, right? Let's see. I guess that position, all that position needs to be is, we'll do 2 of the radius of this bubble. We're not going to change the radius. We've got our y between radius or whatever that, oh wait, yeah, the y between is this white space, which I just called the y between or whatever. So that's a fixed wait, the y between, where is that? Bubble y between units. Okay, right. So we do 100 units. We're gonna need to like start. Where are we going here? Okay. Yeah, so we have the distance between here. So we should move like we should slide this up 2r, 2 times the radius plus this. So the diameter of this circle plus this y between. That would look the best. Like that would be kind of like it's sliding into like an invisible slot up here. Excuse me. So Oops, we refreshed here. So I'm actually going to need to calculate that pixel value, and that's going to need to get sent to the progress meter. It's going to need to have that. And then I guess we can just say well, let me get this y. Yes. Prog bubble y between picks. Okay. So that needs to get sent in to our progress meter. All right. So and this is some value that would need to get converted once at some point I'll be doing like having this rescale when you just rescale on the fly as you change the size of the window and everything. And that's a value that I need to have update when I do change that. So I'll need to figure out exactly how I want to handle that. But for right now, don't need to worry about it. Prog bubble y between picks. Okay, so that is good. So we can get that in here. Oops. Prog bubble. We'll just call this actually y between picks. Or we'll call it y between. Oops, okay, that's good. So bubble, so when we set target bubble ID, bubble 0 is always, so let's just slide bubble, never mind. I'm not going to put a comment. This dot target bubbles dot so this dot target bubbles dot let's see here. This dot target bubbles. Yeah, then we can say this dot target bubble ID. Oh no, wait a minute. No, because we're sliding the old bubble out. So this would have to come after that, I guess. Yeah, actually we'll do that. We'll do this step at the end, I think. Okay, so this is where this dot target bubbles so that'll be our current big bubble there. Always. It'll always be the current big bubble. So I should have a okay, wait a minute. So we'll have a, okay, in our marathon progress bubble, we were going to have a animate to, or we'll just say move to X. Wait, is that all I need? Yes. Move to, or sorry, Y. And now we're calculating the actual pixel. We will have calculated the actual pixel Y value. So this dot anim dot reset, this dot anim dot reset values, and it would be this dot the X value, or I guess size dot, or this dot pose dot X, and then Y would be, or wait a minute. Anim Well, okay, this is going to need to be, I guess I can just use my one-dimensional animation for right now because I'm just animating along the y-axis. So we're just animating the one value. I have a two-dimensional animation class, animation 2D, where it just kind of helps you, like you still are just animating like a single dimension, like you'd just be animating the distance between 2 points, but it at least kind of wraps up the 2-point part of it for you, so you'll get like a 2D vector back every time you update. You'll get a new position in 2D space, even though you're still animating like along one. You're just animating the distance between 2 points, along the distance between 2 points. So yeah, let's just keep it a single dimension animation. And then, yeah, as soon as we do move to, we want to start it immediately. So this dot anim dot resume. Okay. So we reset. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, we'll need that because we start with the animation paused. Okay, so. Oh, and we also need. Guess, well, we need a move animation and a fade animation. Oh, yeah, oh man, I'm botching this big time here. This dot pose dot y. Okay. Okay. So we're going to need this dot move anim And we're also going to need this dot fade anim. New animation. And max dir. We'll just set that to, we'll just do kind of like we have here. Let's just copy and paste all of this actually. I'll keep that just in case. So this, okay, so this is our move anim. So that would be this dot pose dot y, because we're just moving along the, okay, we're just moving along the y-axis here. So, wait, don't I have a new property to that timer, to the timer? What did I call that? Repeat on elapse. Yeah. Fade anim. This one is always, I guess we start with 1 and 0. This dot color dot set a is going to equal val. Whoops, val. Okay, I can get rid of this for right now. Okay. So yeah, we can't listen to cursor drag stopped because this, yeah, this has to go away. Because these are, the marathon progress bubble is only going to be listening, can only be taking orders from the progress meter itself, right? So the progress meter is keeping track of each bubble and telling it, okay, you need to slide up and fade out here, or you need, you know, yellow, you need to slide up to here and grow, whatever. Okay. Oh, that's right. We also have a radius animation. All these animations that are going to also be, they're going to end up being the same time. It's almost making me think like I need need to extend my animation class maybe here. Well, that might be a nice to do for some day. Okay, so then this dot, so we've got the move animation to move, we've got the fade animation for color, we've got the radius animation, this dot size anim, and we're gonna just copy and paste this whole thing, new animation. Okay, 300 milliseconds, keep all that, blah blah blah. Our radius, or okay, so then we're going to be setting this dot size dot r is going to equal val simply. Oh, and we do always have this, we can at least initialize this to the current radius, and the end val. Yeah, I guess let's just leave it at 0 because that it's going to need to be set manually before anything. Actually, let's that's a lot of animations. Okay, so when we, yeah, that's another thing I need to figure out. We'll have to initialize all the animations and pause them all. So it'll have to be this dot move anim, this dot fade anim dot pause, this dot, hello. Hang on 1 second here. All right, I am back. Okay, so so we were just size anim dot pause. Then we want to initialize all of these as well. Oops. Okay, great. Okay. So we can't just specify a move to. We need to specify like actually, because sometimes you might move to a different. You might move, and you might need to fade. It'd be nice to just have one method. It would be nice to just have, well, let's just, actually, we might as well just have a move to, right? Whoops. And then we just set up our move animation, do the reset, and then start moving. Then this would be just the move to. And we could also have, our radius wouldn't change. So we could have move to, fade to, and you'd either be fading to 0 or 1. Fade to alpha. Whoops. And we could also have rad to, or size, I'll just say size to, and then the radius, the new radius. So each of these methods would just be calling either the move, so move along the y axis, whatever. So animate our y, set a new y value to move to. Fade to, which would be basically the same exact thing, except this would be fade anim, and then our values would be this dot, wait a minute, fade to this dot color dot a, this an A, right? Is that what I would do for that one? Yes. So the current alpha and then the new alpha, right? And then it doesn't need to care about what the actual thing is or not. It's just going to be moving from whatever it is to whatever the new thing is supposed to be, and clearing out whatever the animation was. Even if the animation was in progress, it would just reset it, and then it would go from whatever that new point is. Which might look weird in some cases, but I don't think you'd ever really have an issue with that. So then same thing with this. Whoops. This would just be our size anim. We reset values. And then the size is just our size.r. Whatever the current radius is, do that. Move to whatever the new radius should be, right? That's kind of nice. Keep hitting my mic stand here. Okay. All right. So that should all be good then. And then in some cases, we are going to be moving. Some cases, well, in all cases, we'll be moving. But not in every case will we be fading out or changing our size. So we have kind of a mix and match of what these will be. So yes, okay. So then let's go back to our progress meter, okay? So now we want to just try to see if we can move that first bubble, whatever the first bubble is in that position, which would be 0, from the start, right? So we're going to see if we can move the 0 bubble up here and fade it out. So anytime we advance 1, let's just say, well, whatever. We won't. Actually, this is going to be all messed up. Let's just say if diff equals 1. So for advancing forward 1, then that target bubble dot we want to move to, and we're going to move it to 2 times its radius plus that y between picks, y between. So we will say, let's just do that here. Stop y between equals y between. Okay. So we're going to move it to 2 times this const b equals. I'm just going to do this for right now. This b dot size dot r, 2 times b size dot r plus this dot y between. Okay, so let's just see if that works. Well, it slid. Oh. Right. I just moved it to, it's going to need to be whatever its current position is minus that. Yes, yes. So it's going to need to be b dot pose dot y minus that stuff. Yes, okay. No. Two times the radius. Current y let's just log b dot pose dot y b dot size dot r and maybe the okay, so then and let's also wait. Let's do this as well. So the y is 376.5 and the radius is 39.5325 and 2 times the radius. Hmm. Yeah, what in the world? That's not right. All right, I'm doing something dumb here. Oh. There we go. Okay. Order of operations again. Man, that's bitten me twice in a row. Okay. Yeah, because we were adding our y between to the subtraction there. Okay. All right. Man, 2 order of operations things in a row. What in the world? Okay. All right, so that is good. Okay, I might as well just leave that there for now. All right, so this let's see. Well, let's try the animation too. So we're going to be doing move to, and let's try our fade to as well, because that's going to fade to 0. Okay, so that would just be b dot fade to, that'd be a simple one, 0. Nice. So there it's just like fading out, right? Obviously we don't have any reset stuff set, but that's looking pretty good. Okay, so that's if diff is equal to 1. Then we'll need to do like an else if diff is less than 1. Or less than 0. Less than 0, then we need to do the other thing. And then that would be our else if diff less than 0. Then it would be the opposite things, right? The other direction. Okay, so move to, fade to, that's what should happen to the first bubble. Then for each subsequent bubbles, it would be the same thing. I almost need like some sort of like matrix thing. Like I could, I'm going to recalculate. Well, okay. Now no, this is going to be the first bubble only. Then for each subsequent bubbles, we're going to have some special things. So marathon progress. Oh, and the radius is going to change. So that one just, it's going to do a move to and a radius size to for each of the subsequent ones. So it's going to be, then we'd have a for loop for let I equal this dot target bubble ID plus 1, or I guess it would just be I equals ID, which is the new one coming in. I is less than so it's going to be for the rest of the bubbles. So I is less than we'll just say const last bubble ID last bub ID equals let's see, it would be this dot target bubble ID plus config dot marathon dot progress meter dot bubble count. So I is less than or equal to last bub ID, and I plus equals 1. So then that would start us at yes. So that would be good. Okay. So we're good with bubble 0. Bubble 0 or whatever, you know. Whatever bubble is in index, whatever bubble is currently the big bubble here. Whichever one is that, that's good. For every time we increment, that will be all we need. So for the subsequent bubbles, which could be, you know, in our case, there's just 2, because we're currently doing 3. So for these 2 bubbles, or, you know, if we have 4 here, you know, it'd be the next 3. And then we need to do some similar things. We're going to need to do the move to and the size to, because they're gonna grow to the next like slot. So we need to reference what we do in the marathon creator for that, where we have, oh, I'm gonna get rid of all of this now because I know all this other stuff works. So now, yes, this is what we care about. So we might, in fact, just do something like this. Calculate values for next iteration. Yeah, that's like what I need. It needs to be so we need our new radius, which we're going, what, we're dividing by the shrink rate. Oh, wait. In this case, let's do this. So it's going to go, okay, so let's do these other ones first. So let's do well, yeah, let's just do that. So this dot target bubbles dot, or wait, I dot size 2. R is going to simply be the previous bubble size. So I minus 1. That's good. So that's the radius. And then the position, it's going to be a move to. Also move to the previous bubble's position, right? This dot target bubbles I. Yeah. That's all we need to do. There's no. I don't know why I kept thinking there was some sort of magic calculation I needed to do. Or we'll just say const last b equals this dot target bubbles. Oh, yeah, and I'm doing wrong stuff in there. So then we do, this would be last b dot pose dot y. So the last position, and it would be last b dot size dot r. Okay. Oh. Yes. Okay. And this one just needs the special. Oh, you know what? That. Actually, we can calculate this as a variable once. So we can say, my belly's rumbling. I'm getting hungry. Okay. I got this. Jared, for some reason now I'm starting to get better clarity here. Okay, so we can calculate this dot y of hidden past bubble y, popped bubble y. We'll call it popped bubble y is going to equal. Initially, we can just do we can do this dot target bubbles 0 dot y. This dot target bubbles 0 dot y minus 2, yeah, and then this, which is also going to be, instead of b, that. Okay. I think I know what that is. All right. It's kind of self-explanatory. Okay. So yes, it is always, because this is a constant value. This is a constant value. It doesn't need to be recalculated. I mean, unless the screen is resized, then that would be something we need to recalculate. In which case, let's to do recalculate these on screen resize. Okay. Okay. So we don't need that. Move to this dot popped bubble y. Yes. All right. I think we're ready to give this a shot here. So we won't have any new, something with better color. There we go. We won't have any new bubbles come on yet, but we should see this bubble slide off to nothingness. And these two should slide up to the next two positions. Nice. Very nice. Awesome. Yes. Very awesome. And then, okay, so and then our bubble is just simply up here, invisible, waiting to slide down, right? And we could simply actually move the next bubble up. We could say the target bubble ID plus target bubble ID plus what, 3, right? Yeah. This dot target bubbles this. We can say const new bubble ID, new bub ID is going to be equal to this dot target bubble ID plus config dot marathon dot progress meter dot bubble count. Right? Bubble count is 3. So that way if we change it to 4 or whatever, it will still work. So then that would be this dot target bubble target bubbles new bub ID, and then we are going to do, this one needs to do all 3 things. It needs to do, let's just do const new bub, and then do this dot target bubbles. There we go. Okay, and then we can just do new bub dot move to the new, okay, so that would be moving to can I do this in JavaScript? Can I do that? Yes. move to const last ID would equal I minus 1. So we move to we'll say last bub is going to equal this dot target bubbles I minus 1. Oh no. Oh yeah. Yes. So last bub, it's just going to be moving up into that last bubbles position. So move to last bub dot move to the position. Yeah, last. So it'd be last bub dot. Already did that. Pose dot y. Yes, and then it would be the same radius, size to size dot r, and then it would be new bub dot fade to 1 alpha or fully opaque. Yes. Okay. Oh, wait a minute though. We can't. Yeah, and we need to, okay, we initialized all those new ones to 0. Yeah, that's kind of the tricky part. They're all initialized at 0. At 0, 0. So the new bubble that slides in is going to slide in from 0 to this position. Or not at all. Okay, so those are working. Oh, I hate those colors. All right. Yes. That's so much better. That's so much better now. Oh, wait a minute. That's breaking there big time. Our big one is not fading anymore. Let me fix that first. Why isn't that not fading? Because we don't update the target bubble ID. Yeah, so that would be our first bubble. Yeah, what is going on here? What did I change? Did I screw something up here? Yeah, let's just comment this out for a second. Make sure I didn't, because I thought it was maybe it was working and then I broke it. It was working when I tried it like individually. This popped bubble Y. Let's just this dot popped bubble Y. Maybe I'm okay. Oh, not a number. Yeah. Gotta love it. Okay. All right. So target bubbles 0.y, which should be set. All right. So something is not right here. Oh, man. Gotta love JavaScript. Well, Gotta love that I'm terrible too. All right, so there we go. Okay, yeah, that looks so much better. Nice. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. So this guy fades properly. These guys slide up properly. Nice. Cool. That is pretty nice. Okay. But our new one is not sliding in. The fourth one is not sliding in from nothing. So now we need to see why that is, and I wouldn't be surprised if we also have another. Oh. Okay. Well, we didn't get any errors, so we're not calling a method on something. So these indexes are correct. So let's just CLG new bub. Or you know what? Maybe we got a marathon bubble. We've got a pose. We've got a size. Oh. Whoa. Maybe I'm doing, let's do last bub. Maybe I missed, maybe I was off by an index there. Maybe last bub is the same thing. Oh, see, okay, that's last bub, right? Line 37. No, line 46. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I must be off. Maybe it's just supposed to be I. Size R. Okay, something. Well, it could also just be that. Okay, let's do new bub dot size dot R and last bub dot size dot R, because last bub's radius is definitely something. No? Okay, so I'm definitely doing. Why is that? Okay, let's just print I then. Because I should be, what, 0, 1, 2. I should be 2. Oops. I is 4. I comes in as the new ID, which is the next bubble. So it starts as 1. Last bub ID. $30 is, oh. That's partially our problem there. This should be -1. No, wait a minute. Well, no. That is right. That's got to be it. Okay. So now we're good. But now Okay, now it is like I thought. Last bub does need, wait. Okay, I don't want this anymore. I don't want this anymore. Okay, I want CLG I, and this should now be 3, which is wrong. Okay, perfect. So it was like I was saying. I just somehow, yeah. What? Oh, right. Okay, now wait a minute. Did that didn't work? Okay. The other parts worked, right? Beautiful. Wait. Let's look at that again. Okay. That worked. Now, we need... All right, we're coming up on 5 hours here, and I think I'm going to be ending things shortly. This would be a good place to end if I can get this fixed. And then we'll handle the going backwards tomorrow. So, let's see. Why? All right. Let's just CLG last bub now. Make sure that everything is good. Okay, now we've got something with an actual radius, 27 pixels. Okay. That's good. So... wait, let me make sure. Is our position good too? Yes. Yes, we've got a good position. We've got a good size 2, fade 2. Oh, I know what it is. We didn't call init. We didn't call init on it because it's an entity, but it hasn't been initialized yet. But now we kind of have a problem. Okay, so we need to do new bub.init. But the problem is, this is a big problem that I guess we can probably leave to fix tomorrow. But this, yeah. Oh, the X, yeah, the X is getting set, but the Y, wow, nice, that's cool. Yeah, but it's Y is set to 0, so it's starting up here and then animating down here. Let's see if we can quick fix that. Because we could just simply do, yeah, and then I can have that as like a constant in here. So popped bubble Y, this dot new bubble Y, we will call that. And then that will have to just come in as a, whoops, new bubble Y. Okay. Right? Am I right? Yes. Okay, so now in Marathon Creator, you need to calculate that next position. Can we do... Okay, can we do... Oh. No, actually, that's not... Actually, I think I can do one more little thing here. Okay, so we can do const. What are we calling that again? New bubble y. Const new bubble y. I don't like that name, actually, in this context. It's like there's a lot of things going on here. It's not super succinct. Okay, new bubble y. Okay, so we are going to take... I think we can do all of this here. We can do r times... We can do... Oh, let's just do this line. Yeah, let's just calculate all this again, like right here. Oh, we don't need to do that. And we don't r plus. Oh, I guess we can do... And then this will go in here. Okay. All right, I think we've got it. So now... No, actually, because we need to set it. Oh. Every single bubble... Okay, never mind. That's actually kind of nasty. Yeah. I'll do it here. So the position needs to get set first. So the new bubble position should actually, we'll set it. We'll do new bub dot pose.y is going to equal this dot new bubble y. So we just hard set it to the new position, and then it's going to animate from that position to the other bubble position, right? Yes. It's like fading in. Okay. Let's make these animations really slow just to make sure. We do that real quick just to make sure that I'm looking at all this right. And all of these animation values need to be put in the file or something, the config file, but is that? I don't see the fade. Is that animating? It's so hard to tell if the... There's one way to tell. We just set this to 2000. Let's do that again. No, that's not working. Oh. Yeah, okay. So then also... we need to do a color set. We need to do this once. I mean, it could also like fade from... Oh, actually. The radius... Okay. There is a little bit of a... Let's just look at this again. Yeah, it's fading from 0, but I don't like that. It shouldn't fade from 0. It needs to fade... 0 radius. Sorry, it's fading from a 0 radius. It needs to fade from 0 alpha, but the radius should be equal to whatever like would be subsequent, like the next radius down here. That's what it should be doing. So... in our creator, we also need to pass new bubble. I guess that would be R, right? Oh, no. We're going to do that thing. Const next R. Right? Yes, I think so. Okay, so we do all of this once more. Plus next R. And then next R is going to get passed here. I think that should be right. Ugh, it'd be nice if the colors looked a little better here. Something doesn't look quite right there. Okay, for one, the fade animation is also breaking, so let's just set that quick. Or let's just make these like 10 seconds quickly, so I can just double check. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. All right, so now these should be excruciatingly slow. Okay, that's still coming in at radius 0. That doesn't look like it's coming from the right position. Yeah, that's coming from way down there. Okay, so that means... Oh, these are already done. These are already calculated. And I like did all that and I remembered that and that was great. Okay, so those are already calculated. Okay, so we just like, let's do something that's not green. Next to O. Oh, next R is, okay. We just need to do let next R. And then, wait a minute. Nope. This is just R. Yes. Perfect. Okay, but we're still doing. That is exactly what we want. But we don't actually want it to fade from, we want it to fade from the correct radius, because it's right now it's not starting with that correct radius. Now we are passing the correct radius. So we can go, okay, so then we can go this dot new bubble R equals new bubble R. New bubble R, and then we, okay, then we also do new bub dot size dot R equals this dot new bub R. Yes, okay, but the alpha needs to get adjusted as well. So we also need to do new bub dot color dot set A equals 0, and then we are correctly starting to fade to 1. Yes. Yes. Okay. So let's just bump up. Let's just make these all 1 second. Oops. Okay. Nice. I think that is looking pretty good. Except let's make it more like 300 milliseconds like it originally was. A little snappier. Nice. I like this. It feels better now. Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah. So we'll need to fix some of that stuff. Because now we're trying to move to positions that don't, or we're trying to reference things that don't exist. So, yes, I think we're at a good place to stop. I'll fix that thing first thing tomorrow on tomorrow's stream, and then we will proceed to do, because right now there's nothing handling when you mess up. So like we did that, but if you mess up, nothing changes, right? So we need to handle the kind of going back and reversing through everything. So that will be, that'll be fun. There's a few challenges we'll have with that I can foresee, but for right now, this part is looking pretty good, I think. So, and I already feel like it just plays, oops, I already, yeah, now a bunch of stuff screwed up. I already feel like stuff plays better when you see it sliding like that. Yeah, Yes, that already feels much better. Just from animation timings, I might tweak a little bit, whatever, but all in all, that feels pretty nice. The colors being, yeah. The colors being very similar with the randomized values is annoying, but whoops, that's still a problem. But all in all, I think we're looking pretty good now. Yes, okay. All right. I just want to keep kind of messing around with this. Yeah, once these colors are much different, much more different, I think it'll play pretty well. Oops. Yeah, when you mess up now, you're kind of screwed. You kind of have to just restart the whole thing. All right, but I think we are looking pretty good. Yeah, the only other thing is right now is I might just square this up right up, kind of center it in the middle, because right now this x value equals this, the x value of this circle, right? So the y value of this starting is orientated off of this y value, right in this dead center horizontal part of the screen. So I might fix that to kind of just center this whole thing kind of like right in there, because right now that's kind of bothering me that it's looking like this, because I was kind of thinking that this would be like down here, and I still might want to do like have this actually curve around the radius of the circle of the boundary. I don't know yet. But I might just leave it like this, but just kind of move it up now in the center just to kind of make it look a little nicer, at least for this initial first version that I'd like to release. I'd like to push towards that. Yeah, that this will probably just be fine. And then on the other side, I'm thinking of having like the actual progress over time as you're playing, or they might switch positions altogether. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we end up doing. But I think for now we are done. Yeah, getting this taken care of was, once we got going, actually felt pretty good. I wasn't super excited to do this part at the beginning of the day, but at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, it ended up not being terrible. So yeah, I could see like just playing this just playing a bunch of, maybe 100 bubbles or something. Right now it was just 20 bubbles that we pretty much hit. But it'd be fun to just see like how it feels playing like 1,000 bubbles or something. But anyway, yeah, tomorrow hopefully we can get this part finished. I think we could finish this just for our kind of rough initial version. And perhaps get started working on, probably be able to get started working on the little thing here on this side. And I might just try to do an initial version right now without the multiplayer support. Just kind of have this generic just practice thing just to kind of get like some gameplay feedback and whatever. We'll see. Because it also wouldn't be very hard to get the multiplayer working either. Because I pretty much have all of that already done. Just having a basic multiplayer working. So for now, I think we're gonna call it a night. Yeah, we'll see you back here tomorrow. We'll hopefully get a lot more done. So, all right. See you guys in the next one.